Ukraine to hit Russia. So those messed up theories of proxy war, that's how you get to World War III. And I think it is a vital national interest. So we have this thing I rolled out the night before the debate. It's our No to Neocons pledge. Actually, people should go there. We're not asking for money or anything else. Just sign the pledge if you're on board. No to Neocons.com. Okay? And every person who is a political appointee in my administration will have to sign it. Yeah, there's this. There's the No to Neocons pledge. No to Neocons.com. You go there. Look, just scroll down. This is not controversial stuff. If you scroll down to the 3 elements of this pledge, avoiding World War III is a vital national objective. I mean, maybe Nikki Haley agrees with me on that, disagrees with me on that, but I think most people will agree with me on that. War is never a preference, only a necessity. Well, for those for whom war is a preference, you know, from Karl Rove to, you know, John Bolton to Lindsey Graham to Nikki Haley, they will disagree on that. War is never a preference, only a necessity. Okay, that's number 2. Number 3 is the sole duty of U.S. policymakers is to U.S. citizens. So again, these things should not be controversial, but I will require any political appointee in my administration to make sure they're aligned with these 3 elements of a basic foreign policy vision. But that's what puts me at odds with most of the Republican Party.
Vivek, how close are we?
I think we're closer than we've ever been in our lifetime, Patrick.
In our lifetime,
in our lifetime.
Okay, I got you. And so, you know, where you sit down and you ran a company, you're like, okay, we're negotiating with XYZ. We want the price to be this. If we push a little too much, they may walk away. We don't want them to walk. We want them to stick around. How far do we want to go? What's the risk we want to do? And you kind of making decisions. What could tip them off? What could cause them to do something? If you were to say, this could cause World War III, these 3 things could cause World War III, what would those things be?
So I'll give you a couple like principal answers, and I'll give you a couple fact answers.
Sure.
Principal answer, how you get to World War, is World War is rarely, it's never in the interest of any of the countries who enter it. So that means it's a tripwire that accidentally forces a bunch of people into a situation that's not actually in their individual interest. You could call it a collective action problem. Here's how world wars happen. Vague red lines. So when you don't know what somebody's actual red lines are, then you accidentally end up doing things that cross somebody's red line without knowing it. So my view is the U.S. has operated according to this model of strategic ambiguity. I think we need strategic clarity. Be crystal clear and mean it. As I said, if you hit us, including our sons and daughters who are troops, stationed wherever they are, we will hit you, not some other vague other actor. We will hit you 10 times harder. That's a clear red line. That's how you avoid world wars. Now, I think the other thing you got to look at is it my job to be a global policeman? If so, that's a clear path to world war because you have conflicts that don't relate to your self-interest. Or is it my path only to look after my self-interest? So if you start with the first premise that it's in every nation's self-interest to avoid world war and every nation is only acting in their self-interest, then you avoid that world war scenario. So now let's get really specific. What are the series of events that could lead us here? One thing we're doing right now that increases the risk of world war is that our policies are driving Russia further into China's hands. And in order to have a world war, what you need is at least two different superpowers, neither of whom can obviously prevail in victory over another one.
What are these fucking assholes doing, man? I'm back and I'm getting fucking assholed on.
Hi.
Hi. Oh. That's an easy. Oh.
Athlone TV is now live. Streaming World of Warcraft, Vanilla WoW Classic Era Whitemane PvP/leveling.
Alright, so there is an arrow. So that vendor's Pog. Great, I don't know if I'm gonna be able to quest. Because these guys are blocking like assholes. Flash high. Flash kiss. Flash hug. He's not chasing, right? We're not on that level of douchery. Oh, it must have crit. Goro solo.
I think that the U.S. vis-a-vis China alone, or the U.S. vis-a-vis Russia alone, actually is objectively going to be stronger than each alone. But if Russia and China are allied, as we're forcing them to be, and I'll explain how, then they could arguably outmatch the United States, because Russia has nuclear capacity ahead of that of the U.S. Russia has hypersonic missile capabilities ahead of the U.S. What is hypersonic missile? Travel faster than the speed of sound, carrying potential nuclear loads that could hit the United States. China's naval capacity is arguably ahead of that of the United States, and we then depend on China's economy for our modern way of life. And so China and Russia are already in an alliance with one another, but we're driving Russia further into China's hands. How? By isolating Russia economically, so they need more China. If we've cut off the West, they need to actually depend on China economically. How? We're arming Ukraine to the teeth to fight Russia. That's why China's arming Ukraine. That's why China's then arming Russia. Again, driving them further into China's hands militarily. Economically and militarily, the policies we have adopted are driving Russia further into its military alliance with China. We made a commitment. James Baker, the U.S. Secretary of State, did in 1990 to Gorbachev, who led the USSR, that NATO would expand not 1 inch. It's like it's like Ronnie McDaniel's not 1 cent commitment to me. Not 1 inch past East Germany. Well, we haven't kept that. NATO's expanded more after the fall of the USSR than it has ever after. Again, then encircling Russia, or at least from Putin's perception, driving then further into a need for military alliance with China. So that's the number one precipitating factor here, is the Russia-China alliance that raises the risk of World War III. And then if you combine that with these vague rules of proxy war, right? The vague rules of proxy war are, well, we're saying in the Middle East that if somebody pays a group to hit somebody who's allied with us, that gives us the right to preemptively hit them. If we do that and act on that, that automatically is then Russia's justification for doing the same in return to us. And then if I'm U.S. president, I have to stick to my principle, because if you hit us, I will hit you back 10 times harder, whoever you are, and I will always keep that. Well, then we hit Russia 10 times harder than they hit us. That's World War right there, allied with China. And by the way, the wild card in all of this is you have nuclear weapons involved. We had the first nuclear non-proliferation agreement that's absent. It's the first time we've had no nuclear non-proliferation agreement between the U.S. and Russia since the early 1970s. And then China's sitting here when we're wearing thin in Ukraine and the Middle East to go after Taiwan, which is in our vital interest. So again, here I've done something that no other presidential candidate has. I am clear. We will defend Taiwan. That's different than the U.S. policy in both parties right now, which is strategic ambiguity. I think we need strategic clarity. Draw that red line. We will defend Taiwan, at least until, for the foreseeable future, at least until we have achieved semiconductor independence. Because if China's squatting on the semiconductor supply chain, then they have an economic gun to our head. You can't be using that phone, that computer, that camera, these lights. We have to depend on China and ask them for permission.
Yeah, one company, TSMC, is the linchpin until all of the chip fabs get built in the United States, and the brain power that's going to be designing those chips are back in the United States.
Or at least in Korea and Japan and the United States.
Yeah, if you look at the market share of global reliance, Taiwan is the most overweight in any industry you could ever lay out.
Totally. And it's sad that we got to where we are, but we are where we are. And so my view is that then becomes a precipitating factor because, again, it's strategic vagueness, right? China doesn't know what we're going to do. Versus if you say outright, no, you do not do this for the foreseeable future, at least until we're semiconductor independent. And after that, we will resume our current position of strategic ambiguity. A current position, resume it later. This is how you avoid World War III. And I'm deeply worried that we have, and I know that was a lot going on there, and so, there's a lot of different factors, and foreign policy is complicated, and I understand why the likes of the neocon hawks like Nikki Haley would say, I feel dumber every time you speak. Yep, I understand you can't process all of that, because you want to go to war and make money and put more money in your bank account as a consequence of it. I get that. That's fine. That's why these people should never come within spitting distance of the White House. But we are closer to World War III than we have ever been in any of our lifetimes in this room, of those of us who are in this room. And I think that requires a president who at least states that as a commitment and has a clear vision of how to do it.
And Vivek, funny that it's not funny, but you were talking right when you said China, Russia, and that alliance. Just 2 days ago, Putin met with the senior Chinese general, and they're hailing ties, growing military ties.
Yep.
That was just 2 days ago.
And they're doing joint military exercises off the coast of Alaska.
Right now, they're doing that.
It's
that
literally
crazy?
This is people here in this country. We have been lulled into submission. So, if everything I said isn't scary enough, let me just say one more thing to wake people up. World War III is scary, but I want to now put a fine point on this. This is not hyperbole. If Russia and China are in a military alliance with each other and we enter World War III, I want people to understand what that means. That means the United States of America, as we know it, could cease to exist. Okay, we're with two nuclear allied superpowers. I want people to understand this. It's not some vague idea, avoid World War III. No, like this country that we know, 250 years in, the greatest country I believe known to man, to secure freedom, to advance to allow human beings to achieve the maximum of their potential. That gift to human history that we have the blessing to live in today, that nation will be at a high likelihood of ceasing to exist if we enter World War III right now. Why do I say that? Because that same foreign policy establishment that led us to Iraq and Afghanistan and spend $7 trillion and kill tens of thousands of our sons and daughters fighting somebody else's war, which is a mistake. And I don't want that Dick Cheney ghost of the past to come retake over the Republican Party like they're trying to with the Nikki Haley's of the world who are doing it now. That same foreign policy establishment, as they were doing those things, failed to protect the borders of this country. Failed on cyber defenses, completely missing. Failed on, and I want people to understand this, with a country like Iran could hit us with a super EMP, an electromagnetic pulse attack. What does that mean? It takes out our electric grid in a matter of days. You could have millions of Americans impoverished instantly if our electric grid is taken out. You could have tens of millions of Americans impoverished instantly if our entire electric grid is taken out. Space-based defenses. Russia and China both have space-based offensive capabilities. We have neither meaningful space-based offensive or defensive capabilities when it comes to space-based nuclear capabilities. So cyber, super EMP, space, border, missile defenses, all missing. So our homeland is as vulnerable as we have been in a long time. Russia has actually been accumulating nuclear weapons at a much faster pace, way faster pace than the United States. Hypersonic missiles that beat old, outdated missile defense systems. Against this backdrop, do you really want to march your way to World War III? It's bad enough to say I want to send $200 billion of our taxpayer money so that some Ukrainian mid-level kleptocrat can buy a bigger house, because that's what's been going on so far. Well, we're $34 trillion in the hole over here. Bad enough here. And that's all bad enough. But that's not even the biggest risk here. The biggest risk is at a moment where we're bankrupt, where we have no industrial capacity in the United States, and the foundation of war is absolutely economics, and we have the economic backbone not to fight this war right now from an industrial capacity standpoint. But our own homeland is as porous and vulnerable as it is. And so there's a reason why younger people do not like the idea of going to war, right? Young people who are disaffected from politics, you want to pay attention right now? It's going to be a gun over your shoulder while you're sitting in some trench, dying in a World War III, or at worst even somebody else's war that gets us there along the way, if you put the people in charge in either party, right? It used to be that we would have one party on one side and one party on the other side of this issue. Now there's another factor domestically that could increase the risk of World War III. It's not like you have a Democrat party that's against a pro-war Republican party or a pro-American interest Republican party that's against wars that the Democrat party's pushing. We also live in a moment now where even as we're having this election and tug of war between two parties and, who's going to defeat Joe Biden, and Ronna McDaniel talking about defeating Joe Biden to deflect from her own failures as a leader here, it's all a deflection because both parties agree on the pro-war agenda right now. That is another danger that increases the risk of World War III. And they say the most dangerous ideas in Washington are the bipartisan ones. Well, this is the most dangerous idea of our generation. And I think that the policies that they're advancing of arming Ukraine and otherwise to the teeth, driving Russia further into China's hands. Yes, our own policymakers are driving us into World War III, where the risk of doing so is at the highest point it's ever been in our life, and at a moment where we could very well lose it, which means our nation ceases to exist. And there isn't a single person in either political party laying that out for the American people who will be left holding the bag, suffering and possibly dying as a result of it. And the worst part about this is the Nikki Haley's of the world. I mean, she'll send our own sons and daughters to go die so she can buy a bigger house, just like that Ukrainian kleptocrat. That's corrupt, and I think that needs to end.
You know what it makes me think about when 5 years ago you voted, maybe not 5 years ago, 10 years ago when you voted, you're voting Democrat versus Republican, and Republicans had the reputation of pro-war party and all this other stuff. And for the longest time, that's what the case was.
Totally.
And then gradually, 2016, 2015, things changed. And then all of a sudden, you started noticing this isn't about Democrat against Republican. It never got this public. Remember, social media is one of the best things that ever happened because it exposes everybody. I mean, a guy like you take social media out, you're not going to be on the debate stage. They wouldn't give it to you because you're not. So social media became the great equalizer for a guy like you to come out and call these guys out. Today is the ultimate establishment versus the anti-establishment vote. So on December 6th, we're doing the town hall with RFK. What are your thoughts with RFK? RFK, if you want to pull this up, Robs, on yesterday, tired of Biden and Trump, 10% of swing state voters are backing RFK. He was watching a debate, and he actually liked some of the things that you said. I don't know if you saw when he was commenting.
I didn't see that, no.
Yeah, so what are your thoughts about him, and who does he hurt? What does this say about today's election? Is he a modern-day Ross Perot, or is this a complete different case study of an independent candidate?
So I like his spirit. I like a lot of the spirit I like is the willingness to challenge the establishment in what was his own party. I think his commitment to speaking about topics that the Democratic Party doesn't want him speaking about. And I think of all of the other candidates, I mean, I don't think he has offered the clarity of exact foreign policy that I have, if I may say so, and I don't know that he's in the details on this stuff, but his instincts are at least understanding that World War III is a really bad option to the United States. So I appreciate those things about him. We have some policy disagreements, and those are less important than what I'm about to say. I mean, he has in the past, I think, said things like, and maybe he doesn't mean it anymore, but he has said things like, people who spread climate disinformation should be put in jail. Look, I think the whole climate change agenda is a hoax. We can have that discussion, and let alone, even if you didn't agree with that, the answer to speech you disagree with is not censorship. And on a good day, RFK knows that too. He believes in affirmative action and racial reparations. I'm against a lot of that. I think it's divisive. It's toxic. Too, we have our plenty of shared policy agreements, but at least I think his heart is in the right place. And he's somebody who is unafraid to challenge orthodoxies, and I respect that about him. I just wish he wasn't so scared of me.
Why do you think he's scared of you?
Oh, I mean, the number of networks. I mean, I don't, if the dates work out, you could actually offer him the same thing. I mean, I can't tell you the number of podcast networks, et cetera, that have said, hey, would you have an open discussion with RFK? And I said, absolutely, I would do it. And every time he backs out of it. And I think that, I think that if somebody sees the way that I'm going after other Republican candidates on the debate stage, I actually that would not be my treatment of RFK. I think we would have, in a different format, more of a conversation like you and I are having. And so I think that I could understand why if somebody's building their brand, they don't want the anti-establishment sheen to wear off if you're getting, called out. But my goal wouldn't be to call him out on this stuff. We have some disagreements, but let's have and I think he's probably the one person in American politics, and I actually put in some sense Donald Trump in this category too, but that's about it, who you can actually end up having a conversation that's unscripted, and you could actually be much more mutually respectful about your disagreements. And so, I'd pledge to say that if he, manned up and agreed to one of those things, my goal would not be to play gotcha with him. I mean, here's just a fact of the matter, is that different people are different leaders of different styles, right? I can't speak for him, but he's not in the details, right, in terms of domestic policy or foreign policy or the how. I'm a CEO by nature. I enjoy reading these books and things like this, and so I am a details guy, but my goal will not be, to the extent that part of his concern would be, because I'm in the details, play gotcha games with him. That wouldn't be the point. The point would be to actually have a conversation that advances true discourse in the country in a way that challenges a bipartisan establishment that's, by and large, equally corrupt. And I think he gets that, and I respect him for that. But I think that, if he's running to be president, and this man wants to and I don't think he thinks or anyone thinks he's going to. I don't think he believes he's in this to win. I think he believes in this to move the conversation. But if he's running for president, you want to sit across the table from Xi Jinping, and you're an advocate for free speech. I haven't been the one. It's been networks that have repeatedly been pounding both those. Every time I say yes, and every time it's, oh, he didn't want to do it. And I think that that's a little bit unbecoming of him, because this is a guy, I love the fact that he's fearless. Go all the way with being fearless, and that's what I would say. And so maybe he will, and so I want to give him room for that. But that's all I would say is the
I'm
one
sure he's
disappointment.
He'll see this.
Yeah,
Who do you think he helps?
He's a good dude. He's a good dude, and we have our disagreements, but my only advice to him would be, if you're going to be a free speech guy, go free speech all the way. Don't do this climate change, misinformation, censorship garbage.
This is
if you want to practice free speech,
give credit where credit is due. Vivek makes some good points on Ukraine. Glad to see some of the awareness of the Republican Party.
Who do you think he helps or hurts?
That's
more?
a little bit of an. It's a little bit of a light touch understatement there, because I think the good points on Ukraine is we got to go deep into the details, and it's not just on Ukraine but broader foreign policy. But he's a thoughtful guy, and so I think a lot of good would come out of an open conversation. But I just think if you're running for U.S. president, this applies to me, applies to everybody. Hold me to the standard. Call me out if I'm not doing this at some point too, right? And I get it, because my sense is, if you look at people who are running his campaign, you got a lot of swamp creatures from prior Democratic establishment campaigns, and I have. I get this. If you're surrounded by an establishment that can still shave off a little bit of the edge, I'd say bring back the inner you and let's actually lay it out on the table. And so, yeah, if you talk to him, I would just, my encouraging, the thing I would do, and I've talked to him a couple times this campaign, I think that, he's doing a lot of important things.
You guys have spoken?
Yeah, we've spoken a few times. Yeah. Yeah, and I told him the same thing when I talked to him too, is practice what you preach when it comes to free speech, and free speech is about a culture and an example that you set for the country. Barry Goldwater, I think, was it him and JFK, whoever it was, they talked about potentially flying around the country on the same plane, do Lincoln Douglas style debates. I mean, that doesn't happen in this country anymore. And I think there's an opportunity to set a good example, but you gotta man up, and there's some risk involved in every conversation you have, but you gotta take that on in a way that advances the interests of the country. And if you want to sit across the table from Xi Jinping or whoever else, I think you got to show the people you're fit enough to sit across the table from somebody who has different opinions than you and may have different knowledge base than you, and that's a good thing if both people are approaching it.
I think if there's a leader's bulletin in who has agreed to face off anybody the most, anybody, opposing, supporting, anybody, you're number one, okay, in that. I think number two would be RFK, and then it's just everybody else is going to become. I give DeSantis credit for being here. Haley didn't want to be here. We invited Nikki Haley. She didn't want to come and talk on a podcast and doing long form. I don't know if she's done any long form podcasts herself.
It's all going to be pre-vetted, pre-scripted. I'm sure there'll be a lot of rules. You have to send the questions in advance.
And by the way, to give credit to DeSantis, nothing was off table. They just said, hey, ask the questions.
I do give him credit, because especially for a guy like him, where he's not naturally comfortable doing that, or at least wasn't. You got to give credit where credit's due. I agree with that.
Yeah.
You've mentioned Xi multiple times. I'm not sure if you saw the breaking news that Biden is planning on meeting him in San Francisco in the coming weeks. Obviously, this is the most consequential relationship in the world. You've talked about what's going on with China. You've talked about clarity, right? Sort of the premise of that meeting is they don't want any surprises. They want to have reestablished military connections or communications. They want to address climate change. They want to address open borders and drugs and fentanyl that's coming across, drug trafficking, South China Sea. What do you envision? What do you see happening with Biden and Xi next week or when it happens?
I think Xi Jinping will be running circles around Joe Biden. I think it's a capability issue at the top right now in the United States of America. I mean, the climate change agenda is part of what China uses to laugh at and trample and stomp all over the face of the United States of America. I mean, there's a word in Mandarin. It's called baizuo. You know what it means? Refers to progressive white people in the United States. Doesn't apply to me. Some of you guys. But it's like a derisive term.
How do you say it?
It's Baizuo if you're looking it up. Okay. And so I'm not fluent Mandarin, but it'd be something like baizuo, something like that. And so,
I think the only solution here
there it is. Yeah, actually, yeah.
White
Look it up.
left.
It's a derogatory Chinese neologism.
Western leftism.
Western. I think it's actually very specific to white in particular.
Adam, you're such a Baizu.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I don't think so. No, they're referring to the kind of people who support Biden, actually.
Yeah.
So and to some extent, Biden falls into this category. So the climate change agenda, the idea of throwing climate change in that, this is the useful idiot.
Yeah.
It
Very
useful
used
idiot.
in Russia.
Right, because
Right there,
it's the
entomology.
modern version of the useful idiot.
Idiotic liberals, right there, second line.
Yes.
So it is. It's the communist useful idiot
Yes,
from the 1950s.
exactly. So that when I hear climate change on that agenda, that's useless for the United States because that's just a way for China to run laps around us while we're flogging ourselves. And, I think that's kind of what they've done on some of these issues of race and human rights. I mean, a couple of years ago, what was Xi Jinping saying? Black Lives Matter shows the United States is no better when he's questioned about putting 1 million religious minorities, Uyghurs, in concentration camps and subjecting them to forced sterilization and communist indoctrination and worse. So I think that because of that self-hatred that exists in the United States today, particularly on the left, China understands the useful idiot, the Baizuo, to be able to exploit that psychological insecurity back against us. And because Biden is so obsessed with self-flogging the United States for our modern way of life and our sins of systemic racism and everything else dating back to the apologist agenda that the modern progressive left embraces, that puts China at a competitive advantage in any discussion that looks like the one they're about to have. My discussion with Xi Jinping would be different.
Yeah. I want to know what that would look like, yeah.
You unleashed hell on the world with the COVID-19 pandemic. We know it was a lab leak. You lied about it. The only question is, was it intentional? Mm-hmm. If you don't tell me now and we find out separately, there's going to be even bigger consequences than there are already going to be. We know it was intentional because, well, here's what it's going to be. Financial consequences of the highest order. Using every financial lever we have available. If we don't hold you accountable for that, then we know we can expect worse in the future, and I'm not going to expect worse in the future. Financial consequences using every lever available up to and including the national debt held by China. We will extract our appropriately due reparation for the COVID-19 pandemic. Oh, and by the way, you're not playing by the same set of rules. We're going to be kicking you out of the WTO and any sort of relation from a trade perspective with the U.S. unless you're playing by the same set of rules. No IP theft, no data theft, no forced technology transfers from American companies, no turning our companies into lobbying pawns. None of that until we're playing by the same set of rules, or else we're done. And by the time I show up at that meeting, I'm going to have done my homework. We're already onshoring to the United States, and we've already bolstered relationships with Japan, South Korea, India, Australia, and otherwise, such that he knows when I'm sitting across the table from him, I'm not BSing him, right? We have a stronger hand than he does. That's worse for him than it is for us.
He knows
and so then
that.
he has to fold, and he knows that. But he has to know that when he shows up, which means you got to do your homework before you show up at that meeting. The other thing I will say is, don't you touch and come within spitting distance of the idea of annexing Taiwan anytime in the foreseeable future, because we will defend, at least until we have semiconductor independence in this country, because you will not hold an economic gun to our head. I know that's the wet dream that China has. No, we're not going to let you do that. It's not going to happen on my watch. And then after we have semiconductor independence, we'll resume our current position of strategic ambiguity and see what that looks like in the future.
You know, this is what's scary about this election, that no one is paying attention to it. Because, and what you left out, I know you didn't leave it out, you just didn't list it there, which is also tie your damn currency to trade and float with the international currency markets, right? Because they
China's manipulator number one in every different direction, but it's not just the currencies. It's manipulation of data transfers. It's manipulation of every set of rules.
You're correct on every point. I was just adding currency to that. I think that if China senses that there is a conservative victory with someone who's going to sit at the table and put those cards down, they will move on China before November 1st of next. Move on Taiwan before November 1st of next year, because they have to. They need that, because everything you're talking about here says, okay, first of all, I'm stopping your repayments. Now I'm stopping on trillions of T-bills. I'm doing this and this and this. They are tightened up so many ways. You're so correct. They have to move on Taiwan before the election. If someone like you is leading in those polls,
you know, it's a funny story. I haven't shared this before. There was a former leader of another nation, former head of state, as an event. He approached me afterwards. He said, "You know, they're not happy that an American, and particularly you, is running for U.S. president." I said, "Oh, you know that from having known them?" He's like, "No, I know that from knowing it now. I said, okay, well, it's interesting to know. China's, I don't think our adversaries are going to like it very much if you have somebody who's in office that can't be exploited in the way that Biden is. However, I will give the world, our allies and adversaries and our own citizens, the same message. That's what makes it credible. Our sole obligation is to protect U.S. citizens here at home. See, it's interesting how much more credible your message is. Your allies can take it more seriously. Your adversaries can take your red lines more seriously. Our citizens can take it more seriously. If you're actually saying the same thing to everybody. My sole obligation as the U.S. president, my moral obligation, is to the Americans here at home. And everything that I'm going to draw as a hard red line tracks that, and that's how you know I'm going to keep it. And so they will take it more seriously. And I don't think world war is in China's interest, and I don't think world war is in America's interest, and I don't think it's in Russia's interest, and I don't think it's in any nation's interest. And so the way we avoid it is by having those clear red lines, clear answers about what we will and won't do. Don't drive our adversaries in different ways into alliances with one another. Get Russia out of China's hands. Be very clear with our own people that war is never a preference for us. It's only ever going to be a necessity. That avoiding World War III is a vital objective. And then we protect our own homeland enough to say, God forbid there's a major conflict in the future, we know that we're not as vulnerable as we are today.
I ought to be thrown out of the Republican conference. And he said that the GOP would be off tremendously if longer in the party. The journal we quoted here says, quote, he doesn't have a conservative bent in his philosophy, just the nature of what he focuses on. Matt's goal was his goal to be the TV congressman. The number of TV interviews I've had, the number of that McCarthy's had, he was sort of the TV speaker in the absence of substance. See, this is what they do. When I want to talk about budgets that balance, term limits, you see the January 6 tapes, real accountability over the deep state, over the Biden family. Just say, oh, it's all personal. It's all personal, but they can't address the substance because they would be treated a lot the way is created in Miami-Dade County. And here, McCarthy again on thinks the GOP should expel Gates.
Those are the basic next steps when it comes to foreign policy of the next U.S. president. And then reducing that economic dependence on China is an easy win that we can deliver along the way.
I love that. And you talk also about serving, U.S. citizens first. And one of the ways that we need to be served right now is energy. We see fluctuations in prices. We've also seen the green lobby pushing EVs, electric vehicles, cars. Yep. And someone like Gavin Newsom puts these artificial percent by this date out there in the future, and he's not thinking about his own power grid. The California power grid is taxed right now to get through a hot summer, and they're arcing and lighting up birds and causing their own wildfires because they don't have the infrastructure. You have been in my view, correctly talking about nuclear energy, and I'd like you to elaborate on it.
Yep.
Because if California meets that they are selling 35%, EVs in the next 5 years, they don't have the grid to plug them all in to charge them so people can get to work the next morning. But nuclear energy offers that. And when people hear nuclear, they fear Chernobyl, they fear 3 Mile Island that know their history books. But 5th and 6th generation nuclear power is much different. You've been clear on this, but it didn't come up in the debate. Can you elaborate?
It didn't come in the debate because the other candidates in the stage have no clue what the hell they'd be talking about. So the Republican establishment wants to protect the voter base from seeing that their pawns are, we're not prepared with those talking points. So that's why it's not going to come up in a Republican debate, I don't think. Maybe now because we're talking about it, then they'll have enough time to cycle it through, and maybe I hope it'll be good if they include it in the next one.
Your position?
Yeah, my position is shut down the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. Let's start with that. The NRC has been fundamentally hostile to nuclear energy in the United States of America.
To new nukes, specifically.
To new nuclear power plants. And think about the result that yields. So before the Nuclear Regulatory Commission came into existence, the average time to build a new nuclear power plant in the United States was about 5 years. What is the average time in a place like Japan today? Around 4 to 5 years. France a little slower, 5 to 8 years. Guess what it is in the United States now after the existence of the Nuclear Regulatory Commission? Does anybody take a guess what
10?
that 25 to 40 years. 25 to 40 years, which is a
they sit
functional
on
way
the
of saying
permit for a decade.
which is basically a way of saying just for the environmental clearances, which is the first step of the process.
Wow.
So basically, they've said that, hey, we haven't banned the creation of nuclear energy in the United States because the American people wouldn't really vote for that if they're educated on it. But this reveals the dirty little secret of American politics. The people we elect to run the government are not the ones who actually run the government. It's the shadow government in the deep state. So the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, nuclear energy isn't banned in the United States, but they believe there should not be another nuclear power plant built in the U.S. So even though Congress hasn't banned it, they've just used bureaucratic power through the back door to say that we will make sure quietly through the shadow government that there's not a new nuclear power plant built in the United States. Now, why? Because of 3 Mile or Chernobyl or concerns about safety. Now let's double click on that. Gen 3 and Gen 4 nuclear reactors are, by any measure, safer, lower risk than Gen 2 nuclear reactors.
And much smaller.
And much smaller, and more efficient, and productive. Because of this policy, we're not building the new, safer versions of nuclear reactors, so the only ones that are actually operative in the United States are Gen 2 or earlier. The only country in the world that has a Gen 4 nuclear reactor, I'll let you guys guess. You think, which one do you think it is?
Russia?
China.
China.
Yep, for civilian nuclear energy. So,
because they have no choice.
So in the name of protecting Americans, what are we doing is actually, who would have ever thought, increasing the risk of further harm. And by the way, the FDA does this to the Nuclear Regulatory Commission, the 3-letter agencies. That's why my objective in there is to get in there and shut them down. You know, I was thinking about it. I was having an interesting conversation with somebody in the last few days. How are you actually going to lay off 1 million federal employees? So anyway, to finish answering this question, shut down the Nuclear Regulatory Commission and follow the actual laws we have in this country, allow for the construction of Gen 3, Gen 4 nuclear reactors, and catch up with the most productive form of energy known to mankind, nuclear energy. And by the way, here's the ultimate irony on this. The very people who are most opposed to carbon emissions, and I favor more drilling and fracking and everything else, I'm all in for that. I've been an evangelist for it. But the people who are the biggest opponents of more fossil fuels also include some of the biggest opponents of nuclear energy. Which tells you that that climate agenda actually has nothing to do with the climate and has everything to do with letting China catch up to the U.S. Global equity is what they call it. The problem with nuclear energy is not that it's not good enough at supplying our energy needs. It is that it might be too good at allowing the West to continue, and the U.S. in particular, to remain ahead of China. And that's what the climate change agenda is really about. It's about letting China catch up to the U.S., which is why I brought that up in the Biden-Xi Jinping discussions. This isn't about the climate. It's about what they call global equity, which is a fancy way of letting China catch up to the U.S. That's why China's burning more coal last year than they ever have, while the U.S. is burning less than we ever have in the name of stopping carbon emissions. That's why PetroChina's buying up projects that Chevron is dropping. BlackRock makes Chevron and Exxon do it, but without causing PetroChina to do it. And that's why the people who are also opposed to this
All right, let's see if we can find a fucking group. Oops. Oh shit, I need to do AQ. Or I mean AV. Alien caverns. What the fuck?
Carbon emissions in the U.S. are also against nuclear energy in the U.S., while China is trouncing us when it comes to nuclear energy. So anyway, how are we going to shut down these agencies? I've given a speech in D.C. on exactly the legal authority we would use to shut down these agencies, and going into the details matters. But one of the ideas I've been entertaining for how we, because this is less of a legal point, but more of an operational point. Business guy as well. We're talking about millions of federal employees. I got to get this job done, not in 4 years, in the first 18 months, right? Because that's really what gives you the momentum for the rest of your presidency. You don't get that right, you're done. I mean, you're just, you'll be wading through, do some small thing here and there. But driving the big change we want to drive, I got 18 months, maybe more like 6 months to get started. So I think one of the ideas I'm warming up to is I need to lay off at least 1 million federal bureaucrats in the first year. I'd like to pace faster than that. But how are we going to do that at scale? Everybody has a social security number. Pick the last digit of your social security number.
If we are to make these new lands ours, then
if it's an odd number, we're keeping you.
And
if it's an even number, you're out.
Lay your axe by the
Just do that on the first
day.
The
stories of your mighty
Just that
battles.
simple.
Boom. 50. I mean, because I'm not saying it's a perfect method, but you got the law of large numbers working in your favor. Right, so you're going to lose some good people, yes, you're going to lose some bad people, but the law of large numbers work in your favor. And if you believe there's just too many darn federal bureaucrats, day one, if your social security number is an even number, you're out. I can almost state with certainty that on week 2 of that, nothing's going to be different other than having reduced the size of the federal employee base by half. And my suspicion of what we will find is that's still too many people. So as I take the first number of your social security number of who's left, and if it's an odd number, we're keeping you, and if it's an even number, you're out. That's a 75% reduction then in the federal employee headcount. Not a darn thing's going to work less effectively. It's actually going to work more effectively as a consequence. That's how you then get to say, okay, this is sizable change. We can start with zero-based budgeting, and going forward, we'll say what is actually necessary. I'm not even going to start with last year's budget that the administrative state tells us is necessary. I will start with 0 as the baseline, ask what's actually necessary. And that's how we solve the national debt. That's how we solve the crisis of the deep state and the shadow government. That's how we restore accountability in government. It's how we make sure the people who you elect to run the government are the ones who actually run the government. And so I think that is pretty darn close to what my plan is going to be. People
it's pretty bold.
How are you going to downsize the federal government? Last digit of your social security number.
First digit.
And then the first digit.
I mean, you may lose some guys that are credible guys. I mean, I understand what you're saying.
But we're going to keep a lot that still are too.
Totally get it. I understand what you're saying. But
and then if you cut into the muscle, Patrick, you can always see.
Bring them back like Elon brought him back. Yeah, because Elon fired the 50%, and he's like, shit, we need that guy. We need that guy.
Bring him back. We can always
I'm
do
with
that.
you. That makes sense.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking purely as a.
Twitter didn't go off the air.
I get it. By the way, it's funny.
Twitter did not.
You're talking, Rob. Can you just put this up before we go to the next stories? We got a few minutes here left. Nuclear energy just helped Finland slash electric costs by a staggering 75%. So if the average person just listened to you and they're like, dude, I have no clue what he just said.
I'm going to kick something here. Man.
You what? What?
You guys still hear me?
No, we're still on. Yeah.
Okay, good.
So if the average person is watching this and is, I'm not following this whole nuclear energy, we've done a few episodes on this. So why doesn't the U.S. follow suit? It's got the 3 reasons below. One is fear, one is cost, one is time. 75% of electric cost. The average person listens to that and says, man, I'd love that, especially now that insurance costs is going up in certain places. This can help me get some more discretionary income. But let's go to the next topic. So Tucker Carlson, Trump yesterday, about 6 months ago, could have been 6 months ago when Tucker went to Elon. This was probably in May. Yeah, exactly 6 months ago. I said, I think there's an alliance being built between Trump, Tucker, and Elon. That's what I said. Remember, I said, what are you talking about? I said, well, Tucker chose a retweet by Elon over going anywhere else. And I think it was a good move because Elon's got 160 million followers. Boom, that's a great place to be. And then he aligned himself with Trump, right before the debate. They're going out with the video, got a few 100 million views on Twitter. And then yesterday, Trump's being asked about Tucker. What do you think about a VP option? Trump said, seriously considering Tucker Carlson for VP, okay, as a VP. I don't know if you saw that.
I did not see that.
That's very interesting.
Fascinating.
That's fascinating to say the least, right? 1, what do you think about it? 2, have you thought about who would be a possible consideration for you as a VP?
Yeah, so I think Tucker actually could be very interesting as a choice. I mean, I think that's he's one of the smartest individuals I've met when it comes to understanding the soul of our country, and is, despite the establishment media's attempt to paint him as some sort of right-wing caricature, he's not actually a partisan figure at all. I mean, I think many of his positions defy partisan orthodoxy. He's an independent thinker, and I think could help rebuild. I think he has already helped rebuild trust in this country, and so I've been grateful for the relationship. I haven't known him for nearly as long as others in the world of media or politics. I've only gotten to know him in recent years, and particularly in maybe the last 2 years. But I think he's a thoughtful individual. I'd want somebody in that role. Depends on what you want in the role. For me, if I'm looking for an advisor and I want it in that role, I think that he's not a bad choice to be able to put in that role and actually be thoughtful about it. I think that there's a different role you could have for your VP, which is also an executor. And so there I might be thinking about somebody coming from the private sector. I mean, Elon Musk he's not a natural born citizen born in the United States, but I think he would be an outstanding partner to have to be able to do the thing that I just talked about right here, right? Which is 75% headcount, odd numbers go, or even numbers go, doesn't matter, whichever one. Cut number 1, cut number 2. I mean, he's a guy who's actually done it and understand and has also built things up from scratch. And I'm an entrepreneur. He's been I've been more successful than most. He's been more successful than all. So, including me. And so I would want, the rule of thumb for me is, it's how I built my businesses, it's how I want to run this country. Who is better than me in each of the domains where I'm going to need it? Okay? I want to pick the areas that I'm already the best at and still find who's going to be better than me. And that's how we're going to have to do this, not just at the level of the VP, but some of the most important positions like the Office of Management and Budget. It's like the CFO of the federal government. You want somebody who is deep in their understanding of actually the flow of numbers and the flow of money. Who's going to run the Office of Personnel Management? Somebody who is going to be unsparing in their assessment of who's actually doing a good job and who's not. It's like the HR department of the federal government. And so for me, it's going to be who's going to be better than me in each of those positions.
Would you choose? Let's just say, because let's go there.
Yeah.
Okay. We had a conversation, maybe even yesterday. So, okay, you know how Super Tuesday, hey, Biden's number 4 in New Hampshire or whatever, number 3, Kirk and I were talking about this in Vegas, and then all of a sudden Warren drops out, Buttigieg drops out, we're all getting behind Biden. Wait, what? Yeah. He was losing. What do you mean you guys are getting behind Biden? Well, the establishment, maybe Obama called the shots behind closed doors. Buttigieg's going to get this job. This guy's going to do this. Warren, you got to do this. Boom. Everybody, get in line. Boom. We're getting in line. And they're very unified, right? It's not the case with the Republican Party right now. And you just called that the establishment, which means, let's say the day comes. Let's play 2 scenarios. Right. One scenario is Trump is not running. Okay. One scenario is Trump drops out, which it's not going to happen. But let's just say he does. If it does, that he is not running, he had a massive event right before the debate down the street, a couple miles down the street. If he's not running, Mac is not going to go behind Haley. Mac is not going to go behind any of those guys. Okay, let's combine them together. Say Haley picks up Christie. Let's just say if Haley picks up Christie, he picks up Tim Scott. Maybe they all go behind Haley, or maybe they go behind DeSantis. Okay, MAGA has a choice on who to go behind. Who do they go behind? Are they going to go behind you?
Yeah, I mean,
is it going to be a split between you and DeSantis?
No. I mean, DeSantis is not part of the America First movement at all. I mean, I think that he's described him to put himself out as a different type of establishment politician.
What percentage of MAGA do you think goes behind you, though? What percentage of MAGA goes? Do you think 80%
look,
plus?
I think that it's a matter of earning the support of our base. And the MAGA base and the America First base will choose the next president. I'd like it to be over 90%. And I think that I'm representing the ideas that the MAGA base represents.
Okay.
That's the answer.
So
and that the America First base represents putting the interests of this country first. I want to take that to the next level.
Right.
And so my view is, America First is going to outlive Donald Trump. I mean, it's going to be a defined. Nice, well done. Yeah. I like that.
Go for it.
I like that.
That's watching Karate Kid helped out. But go ahead.
I like that.
Yeah.
You got the agility. It's
Miyagi-san.
Yeah, I might need you. We need to think about catching bureaucrats in the federal government. I want people who are better than me. Right?
That's so
well done.
That's good. No, I want people better than me. Is what I said.
For those of you that didn't see, Pat just caught a fly. He's not just
it was a mosquito. It was a mosquito. It was a mosquito. I saw.
Well, go ahead. You were saying.
Yeah. All I'm saying is
90%.
There's 2 America First candidates in this race. The America First movement will outlive Donald Trump into the decades yet to come. Okay, so my view is that it's going to require leaders who understand what that's all about, who are outsiders, who have the capability to actually execute that and translate that to action. I think it helps to have fresh legs and be from a different generation. So in this race, there's only one person who fits that description. There's one America First candidate on that debate stage 2 nights ago.
Okay,
that's
and
me.
It's you. Okay.
And that was dead obvious to anybody who watched it. And I think I would expect and hope to earn the support of that base to lead this movement forward to the next level.
What I loved seeing when every debate happened, first one, when there's
I need to say something right now. That's not just in that scenario, right? That's right now. I want to earn the support of that base in the next several months before the heat of the primary voting season begins.
You're talking about MAGA. You're talking
the
about
America First base.
I got you.
Absolutely. Because as I said before, America First does not belong to one man. It does not belong to Trump. It doesn't belong to me. It didn't belong to Reagan.
Sure.
It belongs to the people of this country. And so you're asking about that scenario. I'm saying the whole race. Nobody is going to become this nominee without the full support of the America First movement behind us, whoever that nominee is going to be. There's only 2 people in this race that I think are eligible to do it. That's Donald Trump.
I don't disagree. But let me go a little deeper. So first debate, I was there, Milwaukee. during the break, nobody would come talk to you, right?
Yeah.
You're kind of like, who is this guy? Well, you don't belong up here. Why is this guy here? He's going to be done anyways. I don't know how he made it. Second debate, you kind of try to, at Reagan, try to be like, hey, let's bring the party together. And you're like, nah, they're not going to do that. They backfired and attacked you, right? And then third debate, you're like, no, here's what we're doing. Boom, 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 boom. But in the first 2 breaks, you guys got 3.5 minutes, right? So you got 3.5 minutes, go do what you're doing. And you, for first 2 breaks, you talked to DeSantis for 90 seconds.
Oh, you were watching? Oh, wow. You know more than I do. He was standing next to me.
Yeah. But you went to him, which is kind of, by the way, that's a sign of somebody that's willing to talk. So you guys are hashing it out, and then you're able to go talk to him. What was that exchange like when you approached
disagreements.
him? Okay,
Yeah,
got it. So that's what you're talking about.
We were continuing
Got
some
it.
of the, I told him I disagreed with the law that he passed in Florida on the.
You're telling him this on stage.
Yeah.
And what did he say to you?
He said, "Well, I mean, he was giving his
Argument back.
yeah, I mean, he was giving his argument back, but I already knew what that
You
argument
didn't seem
was gonna
offended,
be.
though. It sounded like
No.
you guys having a civil
Yeah,
conversation.
we had a civil conversation.
Okay.
At a certain point, he walked away.
Yeah, I saw that he walked away. Yeah.
Which law in Florida? The abortion law?
The SJP law. So disbanding student
China?
groups. Disbanding. No. Disbanding student groups.
The Palestinian, the whole thing that he talked about it on the stage
Yeah,
as
we talked
well.
about it on the stage.
I got you.
I just think that if you go the direction of the government deciding what speech does and doesn't go, pretty soon they're going to say, if you question a vaccine, you're a bioterrorist. If you say a J6 peaceful protester shouldn't be in prison, you're an insurrectionist terrorist. That's where this is going to go, and this road never ends well.
Slippery slope.
The question I was asking you is,
I told him I disagree with you on that.
Is DeSantis a possible, would you consider him as a VP if MAGA goes behind you? Because
You realize
said
you're
a couple
spamming
things
100
favorable that I
getting
think
killed, right?
you're being strategic here.
Oh, is my macro doing that? My bad. Sorry. I'll turn it. I'll fix it. My bad. My bad. I thought this was a leveling guild too. I'll fix it. Sorry about that. Jesus, goes for that fucking much now. Dude, that thing changes in price so fucking insane. Like, we keep that because we're gonna need that. Look for 3 members. ST. What a weird question is that? Dude, double sword leather is going for 39. Oh my, ugh. The legging, bro. I should have bought the fucking. Oh my god. So I could buy it now, which would be theoretically a good investment, but man, I'll be fucking poor. Can't afford the leggings though. How much of the pattern for the? It's not even on here. I wonder if I should go ahead and buy it. This one's ridiculous. Prices are falling. You may want to wait. I have the gold for it, technically. And I know it's pre-bis. How much better is it? Not crazy good better, but it's better. We do it? Do we go ahead and just say fuck it? Fuck it. I got gold on the Warlock. I think that's all we buy. I don't think we can afford anything else. Right? What are we wearing for? That's a quest. I'm pretty sure Warmonger is still not being sold. Yep. Ain't nobody finding that. Damn, we got Delvasaur gauntlets. Crazy. Oh yeah. Big damn. Big damn.
How may I aid you?
Crazy. Levels the leggings, it's the next level, right? Chance 2%. Oh damn, I could have made a little bit of a profit. Oh well. It's going for about 40 gold. The leggings are going for about a K. Damn, that's as much as my mount. It's 55. I could probably get that for my Warlock. For 3 members, ST. Fucker really just dip. .6? Oops. Fuck, I forgot to fix the macro, my bad. Oh, don't yell at me, please. I'm fixing it now. My bad. Fixed it. Don't yell at me, nerds. Dude, nobody wants to do ST, man. Good EXP, no? Why was my shift fucking denied, man? package that has been given to another employee. Oh, that's pretty fucking annoying. Who got it? Josh? Whatever. Come on, man. Fucking bet. Heals or DPS? Hopefully heals. Perfect. Fuck is a wallow? Come on, warriors. I got a poo. Good one. Eating rallying cry of the Dragon Slayer. Thanks, Bowser. Woo! Oh my god, I want to get in this dungeon with this buff. His name is Death Dude. Come on, someone say yes. Say yes. Oh, this fucker's in there? No. Really? Dwarven hand cannon's better? And I can get that now? Where's it fucking drop from? No, not Wrath. Classic. Silphus. 58%? 25%? Oh, these are bosses. Oh, that's an AQ. What the fuck? Wetlands Elite. This thing's gonna be expensive. 100%. Let's see how much it goes for. It's only... Yeah, the AV one is that much more? It's actually kind of wild. What? That's it? Oh my god, if I wasn't poor, I'd buy that right now. Only a 1% upgrade, though. It's not even that crazy. Huh. Get the Bloodseeker. 32.37 agility. We need to do AV after this. Spam it. Oh, let's go.
Besides the grunts outside, my brothers and I fought at the Battle of Hyjal. Any who seek to steal from the bank must face us first. Abu.
Yeah, I'm ready to fucking slap. I'll do big Pogger Dam. Big fucking Pogger Dam.
What? Dabu. You've come for training in order to pass it on to your pets?
Come on. Oh my god. I'm gonna do so much damage. Oh no. Planet. Oh shit. Bet. After entering the dungeon, follow the left path, then go down the stairs to reach the Hall of Servants. Oh, my keybinds are fucked. Holy fuck. Fucking smoked him. Where you guys at? Shit.
Rise up, Atalay! Rise up!
We jumping? What are we doing? Are we going to the pit of... Sure, that's the guy. Let's get it. I do. Know what? Oh,
I taste the blood of life. I can't cast the plans.
what do I do?
Draw closer to your world.
It's kind of fun. I haven't done vanilla. I have never done vanilla ST. I've always done like...
Die, mortals.
Shit.
That's still charging.
You can stun this guy? That's insane. Oh my god, I shit on him. Wow. White of a car. Nice. Essence of a car. Oops. Didn't mean to press that button. Weird image is so boosted, man. Boosted as fuck. How do you block a shadow bolt? That can't be a thing. That's crazy, bro.
The Soul Flayer comes! Join us! I can't kill this. That ability is...
Oh, shit.
Join us. Haka shall live again.
King of the Heavens.
Not ready yet.
I can't stun this bad boy, can I?
That spell isn't ready yet.
Isn't there another one?
closer.
No! Slip me! No! Fuck! How do we beat this? Does your pet have a taunt? Yeah. I'll try. But I can fucking dispel it anyways, but... Use it. Immune? That's tragic. Run. I got this. Just don't fucking... Uh-oh. I got this. I got this. I got this. No! Run! Run! Run to me. No! Got him! Oh, wow.
I need more mana.
Oh, man. The boss is definitely a fuck. Place the essence of Arankius in the essence font located in this layer in the sunken temple. Pain essence of Arankius. Poison all enemies in 8 yards radius around the caster. Ugh. Click the altar of Hakar. Where is the altar? Where is the altar? Hakar.
Oh shit.
Let's still recharging.
Lost the priest, Rip. I got nades for days. It's not bad. Rip.
It's too far away. I don't have a target.
Well, where is this item? Got to kill all ads, if I remember. Yes, correct. But we still need to kill these guys. We did that part already. Maybe we don't have to pull them all. I forget, honestly. Oh, my man's in Zug Zug. Yo.
That spell isn't ready yet.
Oh.
I can't cast that yet. The spell isn't ready yet. I can't cast that yet.
Fuck. Uh-oh. 0-1. Don't die, man. Fuck. Yup. There's one. This is gonna be hard. Limited and vulnerable. Looted that bad boy. I just looted a lip. Please don't die.
Target.
Nice.
That's still charging.
Oh, fuck. Oh, fuck. Easy AF. No. Don't die. That's not good.
I don't have a target.
Not even close.
Oh shit.
Two more. Oh, wait. You sure? Hmm. Gotcha. Fucking 3-man in this shit. Go, bitch. You guys know the fucking order? I don't. We low-key kind of killing it, bruh. Only one? What's the order? Vanilla, wow, dungeon guide. Secret of the Circle? Okay. Got it. So. What the fuck? Where is it? Yep.
Feast on your bones.
We can stun him. GG. Worth.
My mana is low.
I did. Secret of the server. Need to kill 2. I don't know if I can do this. We're gonna try though. We kill everything? I think we did, right? It's not kicking me out, thank God. Still got fucking over 42 too. Nice. Okay. We killed everything.
Listen. The spell isn't ready yet. I'm out of range. Not enough mana.
Might not be able to do this. Please don't die.
I can't use that item yet. It's too far away. My mana is low.
Oh my god. No way!
It's not ready yet.
Oh my god. Give me what I need. No! No! What do I do? I got one. Fuck, man. Bro, I can't take on any more than that. I'm literally one away. These also can drop outside the instance? Oh, okay, good. Didn't know that. Can I take them on outside the instance? That is the question. Got this. No, 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 no. Right, here's what we're gonna do. Don't die. Whew. Okay. Oh, what is this poison that's on you, buddy? We got this. We got this. We can do this. Wait for this stupid thing to fucking go away, though. I don't want to fight you. Merc. Bitter. Yes, come here. I want you to come here. Welcome. Dude, no way, man. Just fucking give me my shit, bruh. Don't die, Broken Tooth. Ugh. Oh, go away. No. No, I need these. You're fucking dead. You going all the way around? Nope. Yes! Fuck you. What? Where? Like anywhere? Whew. Okay. Fuck that dungeon. That dungeon's worse than fucking Uldamon.
Loktar.
Soulbound. What a fucking nightmare, though.
May your blades never dull.
Oh, man.
Brave adventurer, you have proven yourself to be a great champion
Light
of
of
the
the
Horde.
Hinterlands.
Now this collection of fetishes of Hakar
Got
must be
another
dealt with
trinket.
at once. Where would you like to fly to? For the
Call me Trinket Man.
So no, I mean, I need to drill. To tell you the truth, I need to understand what his capabilities would be in. He wouldn't be the advisor type, right? Tucker Carlson would be the advisor type.
He would get shit done, though.
He would be a
COO.
guy. Can he be the guy? Elon would be higher on my list, but Elon is ineligible constitutionally to do it. But DeSantis, could he be the guy who gets in there and guts the bureaucracy, that 75% headcount reduction? Can he see that through and use the skill sets that he's gained as governor, knowing the executive branch of the government to do it? That would be the question I'd want to get comfort with, and if so, I think he could be an interesting candidate.
So here's what's crazy. Somebody could watch this and they could say, what an insult. Who the hell are you to think you get to choose DeSantis as your VP? He gets to choose if you can, this whole ego thing. But let me just make my point here where I'm going with this. Look, I think in the next 3 to 6 months, I think 2024 is going to be the year of chaos. I call 2023 the year of investigation. I think 2024 is going to be the most chaotic year of our lifetime, okay? Our lifetime. I don't know if we can say our because we have some people that are older than us at this table, but I'm going to say our lifetime here, Tom. We're not talking about you. I'm just kind of putting it out there.
Tom has more wisdom.
Thank you very much.
Respect. Yeah. So here's kind of where I'm going with this. There's a few guys that are saying, okay, one, what are they going to do? What they're trying to do right now with Article 3, of him being insurrection, they're trying to get rid of the fact that he can't even run and silence him and all this. Okay, so that's one. Okay. The 91 felonies, set them aside. But the one thing they can do, that's why these guys were brilliant to say, no, call it an insurrection. This is our way to get him to never come back and mess with us. We don't have to worry about that guy. Let's just say he's out. If he's out, we could wake up one morning and you're at 6.3%. We could wake up the next morning and you're at 49%. And it could be like this. It could go, right? But the part I want to go right now is, as of today,
and I think, and I just want to be on clarity on this. I think that would be sad for the country if this is the way they play out, is try to eliminate this man. That's why I've been against.
We're on the same page.
But chaos is chaos.
But at the same time, you have to, as a
you got to be prepared
player,
for all
you got to be prepared for all scenarios. Okay,
absolutely.
So 2 is wild card, black swan event. They do something to the man. He's not one that's not in the public. He's always out there talking. You saw what a few people have said as possibility of what could happen to him. Okay. They take him out. I mean, the level of temperature in the U.S. is going to go to a whole different level. We're hoping that doesn't happen at all. Hasn't happened since Reagan, and we're hoping that doesn't happen. 3, which is the most likely thing that happens. He is the guy, okay? If he is the guy, it's a different scenario for being a second-term president, which is what he would be. He can only go 4 years. Yeah. So he has to be thinking about a person to bring in to be a VP that's really going to be the next 2-term president. So you're not bringing the person in that's going to be, just a Mike Pence type of guy. I think it'd be a mistake if he hires a Mike Pence type of personality. It's going to be somebody that's going to be vocal, like a flag carrier role. You're going around young doing the part. So a lot of people are thinking Kerry Lake. A lot of people are, thinking different names. And Tucker's down the conversation. For you've said you only have interest in one, is what you've said. You only want to be the guy that's the leader. But if the opportunity rises and comes to you, that could be 12 years of what you could do. Let's just say that opportunity comes. Because you have to know, a guy like him, he hasn't taken shots at you yet. Mm-hmm. There's not been any shots.
We have a good relationship of mutual respect, actually.
For sure, and that's felt. But to me, if that happened, would you actually entertain the idea?
So, I'm not a Plan B person. I'm in the phase of this campaign. I just want to answer with total candor, but it's just my brain does not work that way. I didn't get to where I am in life by having Plan A goals and then setting up your bifurcated backup plans on the important things, right? On the unimportant things, we'll have some plans. If I don't go to lunch here, we'll go to the other place. Okay, that doesn't matter. Yep. But on the important things in life, when you're guided by your mission and purpose, you set out and you accomplish Plan A, and if you fail, then you figure it out then. But I'm not a guy who is, I'm not saying this boastfully, but I've built successful businesses, right? I built a, multi-billion-dollar company that got multiple drugs approved through a broken bureaucratic FDA process, challenged BlackRock, built business. I'm 38 years old. I'm running for president right now. My wife didn't get to where she is she's a successful surgeon, lived her version of the American dream, one of the best in the world at what she does. We made this commitment together as a family, an immense sacrifice with one purpose in mind. It's not even winning the presidency. That's just a step along the way to reviving this country and our national soul. All right, that's what we're dedicating the next phase of our life to. So we didn't do that to pursue a Plan B path along the way. And so I think it would be fake to just sort of say, under any scenario, I'm not going to run in 2028, or I'm not going to, if I don't win or whatever. I just am not going down the track
You're
of
like
Plan
an athlete
B.
taking a game at a time. This is what I'm doing. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
Okay, fair.
That's where I'm at.
So let's go. We got 11 minutes left. I'd like to do 2 more things before we wrap up. One, Manchin yesterday gives a speech. He's not, going to be running to do what he's doing, but at the same time, he teases third-party presidential run in announcement that he won't seek re-election for Senate. Okay, Manchin is in what state? West Virginia, Republican state. This is your guy. You've always talked about him. So how many people you think on the left right now are sitting there seeing this as an opportunity, saying, hey, there's a chance for me to come through here with Manchin being one, with Newsom being one. Are you? Because you're boldly telling everybody Biden's not going to be the candidate.
It's not going to be Biden. He's not going to. This guy's not going to do third party. I just don't think there's a path.
Who, Manchin?
Manchin, yeah. I mean, or maybe he will, but I don't think he's going to go anywhere with that. I think that there's a version of the world where he tries to compete within the Democratic Party, but Newsom, Michelle Obama, any of these other ambitious governors in the Democratic Party, Buttigieg, Kamala Harris isn't going to go away lightly. It's not going to be Biden.
How convinced are you of that? Because you said
convinced.
that very
explicitly.
Convinced.
I'm very convinced it's not going to be Biden. I think they're just waiting for the Trump trials to start and then just slip in whoever that alternative is going to be.
Is it a health issue? Is it the DNC stepping in? Is it the base basically saying, dude, we are not voting for this guy? What is it?
It's the establishment in the Democratic Party that will decide the time has come. And Biden really is a puppet for that establishment.
You don't think he has a say in this at all?
I don't think he has a say in this, no. I don't think he has one iota of a say in this.
Well, and the proof is, Vivek, the proof is, how many times have we seen on video where he says, I can't. They're telling me I can't.
Oh, yeah, no.
Who the hell is they?
I mean, the proof is countless, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you even without those, that's the part he's not supposed to say out loud. But yes, there are many instances of seeing the fact that this is not the man who's in charge.
You keep saying Michelle Obama. Everyone talks about Gavin Newsom.
I don't think she wants to do it.
I've never seen her give any inkling
I don't think she wants to do it. I said the Republican, the Democrat governors that are super ambitious, they're the ones that want to do it. I doubt she wants to do it, but they will, if necessary, the powers that be will drag her out, just like the powers that be decided that Biden's going to be their puppet until he's not.
I don't see her having any appetite for this.
Let me throw another one here. But
that you're pretending like that's a factor, right? Just like Biden has some say in what he's doing.
I mean, she can say, I don't want to do
Adam,
this.
you can't.
They will say you are doing it.
Let me give you a scenario.
Straight up.
You're doing it.
Let me give you a scenario and walk me through this. This is one when I'm looking at Kamala and Newsom. Ideal Newsom for the left. That he's the guy. I mean, they're propping up.
I think that's the likely one. That's the likely one.
Okay, so let's play Democratic political strategists. We're in a room. Okay, it's me, you, and a couple other guys. And here's what they say: Vivek, PBD. Here's a concern. I know we want Newsom, but how the hell are we going to do this? We have to get rid of a black woman that's standing in front of us.
Make her the VP.
How are you going to sell? Make her the VP of Newsom. What if she says no? I'm not going to do it.
She doesn't have a say in the matter. Again, she does not have a say in the matter.
Totally get it. But what if she comes out? What if she comes out and she says, "You don't think she will"?
No, I think that she
becomes a back-to-back VP with Newsom.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because I think that's how they take care of their identity
You're very convinced of this. It's almost like you've seen what's going on behind the Wizard of Oz. Like when you were here and you did the first interview with us. What was that? 6 months ago. Then you did the town hall. You've almost been enlightened. You've seen what's going on behind the scene.
Totally.
How convinced are you there's this machine that's going on and they don't have choices?
I'm 100% convinced that the machine runs the show. I am offering a prediction that I have reasonable confidence in, but I can't say is 100% certain, right? Because I don't know what the machine is going to produce, but it's whatever is produced, it's going to be the machine.
And there's a machine on both sides of the aisle.
Absolutely.
So is it a fake open primary? Is it a fake open primary? How do they mechanically do it?
Well, the way they mechanically do it is aligning all of the donors. I mean, the mother's milk of politics is money. This is why both parties have an incentive to keep the mega money in politics, because it prevents the grassroots base from having a real say in deciding who actually runs the show.
Right, and grassroots only gets the candidates. The super PACs are held by the big treasure chests, the RNC, DNC.
That's right, exactly. And so because money's the mother's milk, that's kind of the one lever they hold. And then the administrative state that actually runs the show, I mean, Biden's not really the president, it's the shadow government underneath him, have a lot of levers. And then they use hard power, too. I mean, you know that documents case you haven't heard about for Biden for a while, right?
Yeah, not at all.
Yeah, but it's kind of hovering there. It's not open, it's not closed. Interesting how that works. Yeah. You got a little bit of some independent counsel thing going on with Hunter Biden.
Just
maybe that can go one way or another.
Corvette.
Yeah, but the case is hovering too, right? So there's the hammer, right? I mean, if the guy does have a moment of clarity and decide, well, I'm not. That's when the documents case is back.
Before we wrap up, we got
and they got the perfect air cover because that's what we got it on Trump. And so it even legitimizes the Trump prosecution because it's and now we're applying it in a bipartisan manner against Biden. That's what they're saving it for. So people got to see, but it's not Republicans and Democrats. This is the real game, and you got to be able to see it for what it is. That's what's happening.
5 minutes left. Okay, guys, if you're watching this, Vivek has 2 books, Nation of Victims, and he's got
And I didn't come here to promote it.
No, he did not.
We
love
it.
I didn't even know they were going to be here.
Both of these books are going to be signed. There's a questionnaire. They actually are signed. Both of these books are signed. 2 of you are going to get it. There's a question. There's a link. You can click on it at the top of the chat. It's a question. If you've been following the whole thing, we talked about one thing. If you get the question right and you're one of the first to do it, we'll send these 2 copies to you. We'll announce it by the end. Here's my question for you.
Just for the record, I did not put these books up.
No,
we put it there.
No,
we put it. We put it.
In fact, I'm taking one.
Here's a question from a user. It's a good question that's watching. Fahad Malik. Question for Vivek. Legit glad we had someone who will fight for America first. What would you say you would do for people under DACA? You know, most of them have lived here their entire lives, went to school, work for the U.S. How would you help them out?
These are the dreamers, to be clear?
Yeah.
Okay.
So this is a hard question. Okay. So anybody tells us it's an easy question is just lying to you, offering a glib response. I don't blame many of the people who have entered this country illegally under Obama or Biden when you have a president that has effectively given you a wink and a nod and permission to come, particularly Biden. However, we're a nation founded.
Oh, his brother's here.
His brother's here. Oh, we're good.
We're a nation founded.
The last one was the odd number ending in Social Security. The first one, it starts with phase 2. But we got phase 2 coming right here. So the short answer is, and I think we got to roll. We're, I know we're having too much fun, but I think I can feel my phone buzzing, which means I know what
they say 11:30. We're about to wrap up.
Okay, got it. So anyone who's in this country illegally, if we're thinking on the timescales of history, I think has to be returned to their country of origin against the backdrop of, at least for those who have demonstrated themselves to make real contributions to this country and abide by the rule of law, to have a legal and a reformed and sensible legal path to immigration. If I'm in the White House as a father of 2 sons, I'd have an awful hard time looking my 2 sons in the eye and telling them, you have to follow the rules, if the government that I am leading doesn't follow its own rules. And so it's with empathy, compassion. We will be as respectful. We will never separate families. We'll take the whole family unit and have a legal path back for anybody who meets the standards of legal immigration. One of the ways you could have meet that is to meet the standard of saying that if you've already been a law-abiding citizen and you've demonstrated and made useful contributions and have skills that can continue to contribute to the country in the way that any other legal immigrant would, then there's a legal path back in. But I think if we're thinking in the timescales of history, the long run, to say we are a nation not founded on ethnicity or on a cuisine, we're a nation founded on a set of ideals. That's what unites us. And one of those ideals is the rule of law. Then we have to stand by those ideals and mean it, not just when it's easy, but when it's hard. And that's the way I'd lead as commander-in-chief. And the person who asked that question may not agree with what I had to say, and I respect that. But that's where I would land, and I would lead nonetheless with compassion and dignity for every person involved, and make sure that we handle it after we've done the first step, which is making sure that if you're in this country illegally, you can't be here.
Got to respect the fact that you're being honest. Here's the winners. Jason Nolasco, you get one of the copies. Brandon, if you want to send me the other one, or Rob, we'll give the announcement here as well. Aside from that, it's a pleasure having you on. As usual, RFK, if you're watching this, I'll message you afterwards to see if you're open to the idea or not. If those of you guys want to see him and RFK, cut that clip, put it on Twitter, tag RFK, tag Vivek. I'm sure Vivek, his camp's going to be seeing that as well, and maybe we can make that happen as well.
I don't want to force this, but if people have asked
It'd be a great conversation between
yes,
the 2 of you.
And I think we could.
Davy Jenkins is the other winner that we have for the book. We'll send that over to you. December 6th, RFK Town Hall, $59.90 live. You can register. Take care, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
Thank you, guys.
What you want? Later.
Why do you think they jumped ship from Ron DeSantis to Nikki Haley, like you said, the first part of the election versus the second part? She's been very hawkish.
I think it just became quickly evident that Ron DeSantis
momentum
has no. Well, yeah, I mean, he has no chance. They've concluded, I think, correctly. I mean, I think the same is true.
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everybody. Thank you for tuning into another Super Tease video, and I was not expecting this, at least this soon. We already have class tuning, buffs, and nerfs to quite a plethora of classes right now for 10.2, and some of them are pretty massive in terms of increasing the viability and strength of some specializations. And if you want to make sure that you're not missing out on any of these updates or educational and entertaining World of Warcraft content, smash that subscribe button. But there is a lot to go over. Now, I was just playing my Death Knight today. I was going to make a video about how Unholy Death Knight surprisingly feels really good. Probably one of the most fun times in PvP, at least for me playing it. And I was almost thinking it might even somewhat be close to Demon Hunter. And after these changes, I think it might be better than Demon Hunter, man. Unholy Death Knight is getting Death Coil damage increased by 10%, Scourge and Clawing Shadows damage increased by 10%, your Ghoul Pet is going to do 8% more damage, your Virulent Plague is going to be doing 20% more damage, and your Apocalypse Ghouls are going to be doing 5% more damage. I think I'm going to alt Unholy DK. It's got a really sick looking elite set. It already felt good today when I was playing it. This is definitely going to put it up there. This is going to feel insane for Unholy Death Knight. We really wish Frost could get some attention like this, man, because like Unholy just seems up and up every patch, getting a little bit of a fine tuning and getting better and better. But Frost is just stuck. It's frozen in the past. So Unholy Death Knight seems to be the way to go for Death Knight. That's a big deal there. For Vengeance Demon Hunters, your tier set bonus, Sigil of the Flame damage, is being reduced by 20%. Your Illuminated Sigils now increase parry chance against affected targets by 15, down from 20, so some slight nerfs to Vengeance. And tanks have surprisingly been really OP in PvP, whether it be me encountering them in World PvP or in this new Battleground Blitz, but the tank specs are actually surprisingly strong when it comes to PvP. Now, this is obviously aimed at PvE, but will have some implications on PvP. For Guardian Druid, Mangle is now costing 12 rage up from 10. They are buffing your cat form regeneration to 50 up from 35. And it seems like they really want to focus on druids shape-shifting into other forms. So possibly when you're not tanking in a raid as a druid, you'd go into cat and you might get some benefit from this, but it's probably pretty negligible overall for Guardian, although you maybe notice the rage cost of Mangle for your damage. For Balanced Druid, again, cat form energy regen increased by 50 from 35. I don't think you're going to really spend any extended period of time in cat form because you're already a DPS spec and you can do damage from range, so why would you want to sacrifice the ability to do it safely from range, lose all of your armor, lose all of your Alkin procs, lose all of the interactions of your class to go into cat form when you don't even have talents like Feral that amplifies and all the effects? I just don't see Balanced Druid ever being one of these, at least into cat form. I can understand Bear to make yourself more tanky, but Cat and Boomkin are just, you're both doing damage, and one of them has an entire talent tree built around it and the other one doesn't. So how do you make that work? I don't think this is going to see any real change for balance. But for Resto Druid, why did they buff you? I don't know. Rip damage is increased by 140%. This will not apply in PvP, however, but your rake damage will. It's getting increased by 60%. Your shred damage is getting buffed by 140%. So kitty weaving in 2v2 is going to definitely be a thing. They buffed Ferocious Bite by 200%. Thankfully not in PvP combat, because I don't even want to remotely think about what that number is going to be like with Heart of the Wild. And there's that new talent where when you shapeshift, you get Heart of the Wild every minute or something like that. So the kitty weaving in 2v2 is definitely going to be a thing. Likely really overpowered in Battlegrounds as well. Getting full hots on yourself and then going cat farm in 1v1 in DPS. You're going to carry in Battlegrounds like this for sure. But in threes, I feel like getting too close and getting too spicy might be too much. Cat form energy regen also being buffed to 50% up from 35. So Resto Druid seeing some of the biggest changes here for these buffs towards Druid. For Augmentation Evoker, developers notes the amount of utility that Augmentation Evoker brings on top of its high damage has proven to be too powerful despite recent changes. Therefore, we are further reducing their damage contributions to the group in order to balance them against other specializations. Ebon Might is going to grant 6.5% of the Evoker's primary stat down from 8. Close as Clutch Mates increases the effectiveness of Ebon Might and Breath of the Eons by 10 down from 20. Breath of the Eons was not too big of a deal, but Ebon Might was. The amount of versatility granted by Shifting Sands has been reduced by 15%. So I think this is a good direction overall. I'm not sure this is enough to tilt it over where augmentation is just suddenly not viable in Arena. I think Dream Projection got a lot more value in this patch, considering it's a 1-minute cooldown, and Mass Dispel is now a 2-minute cooldown. So being able to remove crowd control every minute is really powerful. I almost think that they should make Dream Projection, at least for augmentation, a 2-minute cooldown. Similar in line with Priests in that Dispel mechanic in that vein. But this is a nerf, so you're likely going to feel a little bit weaker. For Frost Mage, looks like you're getting a little bit of a buff and a nerf. Your 2-piece is going to increase your Glacial Spike damage by 16% up from 10. But the 2-piece, the damage from the explosion now deals 15% of the Glacial Spike down from 20. So more direct damage on it. Again, this is kind of cooldown modify stacking. I don't like that it's going to force us to play Glacial Spike in PvP as somebody who has played Frost. I much prefer playing the Frostbolt ability Ice Lance build over Glacial Spike. But if you're a Glacial Spike mage, this seems like it's going to feel pretty good in PvP with how your modifiers stack together. For Brewmaster Monk, Breath of the Fire's bonus damage increased to 40 from 20, and your 4-piece bonus damage to targets afflicted by Breath of Fire increased to 15 up from 10. So just damage buffs to Brewmaster. Again, these tank specs in PvP are definitely something to keep an eye on because their viability is definitely increasing. So things like this are a bit scary. For Windwalker, Blackout Reinforcement granted by melee abilities now occurs 66% more often and increases Blackout kick damage by 200% up from 150. So Windwalker's getting buffed with their tier set bonuses. Windwalker was already feeling really good, so it's going to feel even better. The 3% guy strikes again. Rep Paladins are randomly getting a 3% damage buff that I don't understand why they need, but you're getting a 3% damage buff to all of your abilities. So you're going to continue to smash the competition. For Discipline Priest, developers notes Discipline healing throughput, particularly in raids, is slightly higher than we would like. That feels bad for PvP because probably means they're going to nerf it. Given their damage and utility contributions to the group, to balance them, we're reducing some talents that are giving a lot of power for only one talent. The goal is to improve talent balance while also bringing them in line with other healers. Divine Age's absorption reduced to 5% of healing done, down from 10. That won't matter in PvP. Inescapable Torment damage reduced by approximately 19. And minor increase of DPS to assassination. And now these changes for Warlock, man. What is this, man? What the... Amir Drasil's tier set Flame Rift is going to do 50% more damage. Your Unstable Tear is going to do 5%. Your Shadow Tears are going to do 5% more damage. And your Chaos Tears are going to do 30% more damage. So you're going to be proccing these rifts, and they're going to be doing more damage from your Immolate ticks once you get these set bonuses. So Destruction, already strong without the set bonus, getting this is going to be really crazy. And Demonology is getting some set bonuses that are really entertaining and look like they're getting buffed significantly. Your Doom brand single target damage has been increased by 50 guard. Scary. P. Aberrus set bonus. Yggdrasil extent when these changes moving forward. Definitely don't underestimate them. I'm probably playing a DK at least as some kind of alt because it felt really good. This is one of the best iterations I've seen for it. But that's it for the changes in this video.